Alright, and we're alive.
pieces! I will not yield to you! I have the power! Down with you! Down with you! Filthy rats! Get on with you! Sickness must be purged! And now the final cup!
mercy. You disgust me. Sickness must be purged. Get on with you! Sickness must be purged!
Oh hey Ishka, thanks for the raid. How are you doing? Oh whoops. Distracted for a second there. Alright, you have fun. That was mildly a little bit more closer than I would have hoped. You gathering some XP? Yeah, for now. Just doing some roulettes with my friends here. And once they're done with those, I'm gonna be progressing with the main MSQ. F important question. Were you always Sylvaen or is this an OC? Yeah, always have been. Been using this same name for just about 10 years now. Yeah, like you could probably ask like I've my party members have been using the same character like, concept and name since since I knew them. Actually, has it already been 10 years? Damn, that is a long time. Oh yeah, I did. It's like way back in May last year. I think I probably have VOD saved on my YouTube channel, same username. Yeah. Actually, you already know my username on YouTube. I've been chatting in Steelhaven with that. I could send you the PDF of like some lore stories that a good friend of mine written. Oh yeah. I'll send it over. Let me just look for it. I remember I did a reading of that story, so I'll just post it over in your Discord. Actually, no, I'll just DM it to you. Don't clog up your Discord yet. I believe I also have PDF somewhere. Just look for it. Set up creative channel a bit? Alright. I wouldn't call myself an expert in Discord, but if a server that my friends and I are in, we use it quite often for tabletops and we create so many channels and fiddling around with permissions and whatnot. If you need help, just ask. I'll see what I can help with. Just making sure some channels are readable at the moment, not making too much so that's not overbearing, you know? Oh yeah, I definitely know, so... Take a look at the spicy lore. Alright. Yeah, my friend is a really good writer. He's working on two more stories, but that would be a while before they're out because he's a very busy person at work. There will be a prequel and a sequel. Is this Barney Gold my party member? Yeah. I really should change like the name colors, like at least for differentiate it a little bit, because I can hardly see a difference between like this like nearly white text versus blue for the regular online players. Misplay ninja. Yeah, I mean, ninjas do look fun, but I don't think I have enough brain power to play a class with that many buttons. Yeah, I haven't I haven't been playing using a controller at all. It's been keyboard and mouse. Pretty sure there's like there's definitely a more optimal way of playing, but this is what I'm comfortable with. I was in cosplay. Yeah, I've played Monster Hunter before. Uh, played Monster Hunter World, and I did play the ones on the PSP way back then. Think about Rise? Nah, not particularly. Like, it's a good game, sure, but it's not something that I particularly enjoy in terms of like the gameplay loop. Yeah, like I have no problem like watching people play it. Like, find it that entertaining, but for some reason I just can't get into the whole process of playing it myself. Alright, let's see. Right, let's split on the inquiries in town. Sylvaen, the pier is yours. Once we have learned what we can, we regroup by the Aetheryte. Off-putting though the mere sight of it may be. Praise-laden fruits, but they are on the verge of spoiling, as if they have been left too long. Gazing out from the pier, we spy boats moored off nearby isles, the silhouettes of larger seafaring vessels farther away. Compared to the other ports you have visited in the past, there appears to be very little activity. how am I doing? Oh, recording my sales. Still do it daily out of habit, though I don't know why I bother. Hardly sell anything these days. Business has never been this terrible. I suppose things could have been even worse. I could have a consortium to keep afloat, like Kaisal. Kaisal? Voice is relaxing. Oh, that's very flattering to hear. Thank you. I can say the same for yours as well. I do find myself reading a little bit too fast though. I don't envy his position. Better to be alone with my little operation, I've come to realize. You're a traveler by the looks of you. If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay Kalzal a visit. He'd be glad for tidings from abroad. Play this game in silence so it's like a test. See. A test of what? Like as not, you'll find him at the Salt Winds sales. The Harbor Guild building across the water from here. XP? Ah. I think considering how story-rich Final Fantasy XIV is, it makes for a pretty good streaming material. Well now, if it isn't a traveler, you're a rare sight in these unsettled times. People have been giving us a wide berth since the accursed tower suddenly appeared on Narunar. If it just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be fine after a fashion. But no, it had spawned fell fiends as well. Still have our lives, thanks to the Radiant Host. The business is as good as dead. What will become of us, only the gods know. Let's speak with Kalzal, over there in that large building. Skilled staff. And what do you expect me to do? The Damascans are uncommon? We already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling at me isn't going to help. All I know is that their plans have changed, and that's that. Look, you must have known this might happen. The Empire is at war with itself. The provinces are in chaos. And there's the tower sitting on our doorstep spitting out monstrosities. The city has its defenses. We've been afforded no protection out there. We can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. Yeah. This will be an enormous loss. Alright. Forget about the Damascans. Surely some ships are still coming. With fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines, all with perennial Hunnish favorites. Our consortium works closely with merchants and artisans to supply only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. I know these things, Kalzal. I do. Which is why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are? Wait, you're a foreigner, are you not? A merchant? Please, tell me you are a merchant. I'm afraid not. I see. That's a shame. I'm sorry, but we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. Excuse me. My name is Matsya. I'm here to see Kalzal. Oh, Seems he's busy. I'll come back later then. If foreign vessels won't come to us, why not use our own to deliver the wares to them? It's not so simple, Kazal. And besides, everyone is in the same boat. Everyone. Let's see what the elephant person has to say. Yes, can I help you? Ah, I remember seeing you back in the guild. You wanted to speak with Kazal too, didn't you? I'm Matsya, a fisherman of Akiali, a nearby village. I sell my cash to Kazal, who offers it to foreign merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while now. While I heard that the consortium had been struggling, I became worried and decided to come see him. Just as soon as he's free anyway. He's a hard-working man, and I dare not disturb him. If I may ask, what is it that you do? An adventurer, you say? And you travel the world, helping people. Then that must means you're great at dealing with strangers. Please, won't you teach me to be like you? You see, I brought some fresh fish with me. A portion I couldn't preserve, and I want to sell them. The problem is, I'm terrible with people. I've only dealt with Kazal, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. So please, as silly as it sounds, as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle the fish in my stead and show me how it is done? If you're willing, please let me know, and we can begin at once. The events to follow cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. Alright, curious. You do it then. Show me how to deal with customers. I'm in your debt. Right, please try peddling my fish to, shall we say, 3 people here in Yellow Mud. I'll observe you and learn. What's not accompanying you? Right. Have you ought to say? To travel to unfamiliar places and speak with unfamiliar peoples. Your conversational skills must be astounding. As much as I like to say that, my characters, as far as I know, all of our warrior of lights are mute. Granted, they actually do mimic saying things, and you do have dialogue options, but considering how they were not voiced, and half the time we're just nod our head or tilt. Maruna, would you like to buy some fish? Yes. Have you seen the protag for this game, Mega Chat? Fish. Got fish here. Fresh fish, straight from the sea's bosom to your mouth. Greetings, friend. How far are you of late? Greetings to you. I suppose I'm well enough, given the circumstance. Things have settled down somewhat, but it's utter chaos when that tower first appeared. Everyone grabbing whatever they could, trampling over each other to get to the city. Many remain there for now. I could not stay away. I had to come back, continue with my life, such as it is. Fussy behavior. Whether or not it was the right choice, only time will tell. There's no place like home, but don't do anything dangerous, eh? Oh, trust me, I don't. I make sure to keep well clear of the tower. And when more monsters emerge from it, I heed the Radiant host's instructions. I hope they deal with it soon so we can get back to our normal lives. To the days when you could earn as much as you gave, and tuck into the meal satisfied that you did the good work. Speaking of meals, why not have some fresh fish today? Fresh fish, you say? Oh, you're a fishmonger. Actually, no. I have 0 levels in fishing, but yes, I'm a fishmonger. At least for now. When you bait me like that, how can I not bite? Very well, give me some of your fish. Good start now. I suppose I could start my gathering skills. In fact, I probably should. It seemed quite profitable. Thank you for your custom. The catch of the day is Shallow's cod, delectable stewed in coconut milk, or baked with a sprinkle of salt. Give up being the warrior of light. I have the juggle being the warrior of light, the warrior of darkness, and now a fisherman. Considering how I'm actually a paladin and a warlock multi-class, charisma is quite high up on my stat priority. I bet you should make a sale on the first attempt. I've learned a lot already. And I hope to learn more still. May I AU for this game, is it? That's AU for this game. I have so much lore in this bad boy. Become an Asian. Well, technically, you could very well be an Asian. It's aside from the Unsundered, the other Asians are just fragments with their memories reawakened of their original selves. Not many visit here from other shores anymore. Even Alnair has seen few merchant ships in its docks, and has felt the loss of coin they bring most keenly. Also, I should really send Big Bird away. Alright. I have some pictures for Yishka and her Asian friends. You can share them, I don't mind. Oh, I would love to see that. A damp bird. All things considered, it's quite nice that it's actually raining and not just endless desert all around. Nashreen, would you like some fish? Although, can't hear me from all the way here. It's suddenly sunny now. A hawker, are you? Do you sell fruit by chance? If so, I want to buy some umber. Let's say a dozen. It don't need to be export quality. What do you need so many umber for? Create a Final Fantasy XIV channel for me? Oh wow, that's very generous of you. And a posture check. I should probably put my phone up here on my stand so that I'm gonna keep bending down all the time. Flex. Do a backflip. I can't do a backflip. I can do a front flip, or rather forward rolls. Yeah, Yeah, I actually can't do flips in general. Power wheels are fine, but not flips. But yeah, as part of our training, we actually do learn how to break fall, and that includes rolling. It's basically just like Dark Souls. Hi for eating, of course. It may seem like a lot, but of late I go through that much in no time at all. I'm a stock taker by trade, but with no vessels coming these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing is coming in from overseas. Not a day goes by that someone doesn't come asking when the next shipment is arriving for this and that, and this and that. All of it wears me down, and I find myself feeling constantly hungry. I know how you feel. Thank you. Pity you don't sell fruit, but I enjoyed our little chat. Took my mind off my troubles for a moment. Never mind, if nothing else, you left with a positive impression. Let's move on to the north side of town, shall we? I wonder whether that's scripted to fail, or if I actually could have salvaged that somehow. Oh hey, Urianger, what you doing staring at some pots? Tis a storehouse like any other, at first glance, yet in contrast to its scale, there is a distinct lack of activity. What is it? If you don't mind, I'm rather busy. Oh my god, it's my stomach. Ether sickness? No, nothing so unusual. In my hurry to get back to work, I just ate a little too quickly. You should take it easier, eat more slowly and savor your food. Would that I could, but I can't afford to be idle. Like as not, circumstances will surely get worse before they get better. And so I'm working as hard as I can, while I can. But better to be prepared. How do you intend to prepare? By stockpiling supplies, for where I need to earn coin so I can buy food, medicine, what have you. How about some fish for supplies, the fresh caught? Aye, well, fish wouldn't be bad. I don't want to go through the hassle of preserving them myself. I'd rather buy stuff that's ready to store. So I'm afraid I'll have to pass on your fish. Now, if you excuse me, I must be getting back to work. Too bad we couldn't make a sale, but we did manage to build something of a relationship. Thank you so much for your demonstration. It's truly eye-opening experience. Come, let us return to the pier. Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. You managed to sell one free people. To one of 3 people you approached. It was difficult, but when you put your mind to it, you succeeded. Oh, you did fail too. But there are lessons to be learned in both success and failure. By applying yours, I'll endeavor to become a better peddler. Still, there's only so much I can do alone. I hope that things can return to normal for Ozal soon. I thought I heard a familiar voice. And who should it be but Matsuya? Kazal, have you finished your business at the guild? So you were there too. Forgive me, try as I might, I can't find any buyers. With no ships coming in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options at this rate. So you can't buy my fish anymore. I'm sorry, Monsieur, I truly am. But for now, you must peddle your own goods. But by myself, I can't. I want to help you, I do. But as it stands, I can barely help myself. I've poured my all into the consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. I have friends and families depending on me. I won't fail them. The sisters as my witness. Kazal. Not to worry, using what I've learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage. Somehow. Well, I had best return to my village. My thanks again, and please take care on the road. There you are. Gotten over the ether sickness, have you? Mayhap owing to the island's small size, the tower's impact upon the people's lives doth appear more pronounced here than in Erosia. I see you've been busy. Managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust. Yes, everything's gone to shit. I see. We also heard that the tower is affecting many locals' livelihoods, but to think that it would be such an extent. For another notable, if wholly unexpected discovery, the disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. Not a fan of Thancred, are you? As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered Imperial soldiers. As before, they mean to use the faith of their hapless thralls to call forth a lunar primal. Business as usual for the Telephoroi. Bro, he's so bad with kids. Actually, I think he did a pretty good job with Reen in the end. It's okay, it's just a symbol. That's it, I'm pretty sure like this entire group here is exactly that. Thancred, Irion, Jay, and Estinian. And here I am, just chilling out with the boys. Like one of the more amusing screenshots, let me grab it from my own Discord, was let's see, where is it? There it is. Copy image. Yeah, let's put it in the Final Fantasy channel. I could be. I think one thing that I can do quite well is to just adjust my personality as and when, just to fit in with the group. So who am I truly? Even I don't know, honestly. At least it's not for me to describe. Sylvaen. That would be a sight. I mean, considering how my D&D stats are relatively high in physical department and charisma, not so much on wisdom and intelligence. That might actually be a pretty accurate description. Do I stream D&D? Unfortunately, I do not. Like, I do play a regular D&D game with my IRL friends on Sunday nights, like after we're done with all the classes that we teach. Helping a struggling fisherman you've only just met to peddle his catch. Yes, you would do something like that. I actually would like to stream D&D with other VTubers. That would be fun. House of Divinities. Judging by his furrowed brow, something important has occurred to Estinian. Oh, we're relatively in the same-ish time zone. I think you're about 4 or 5 hours ahead of me, though. If we could find others to play with around times that we can make ourselves available, I think that would be great. That's it. I think the hardest part is finding a DM. Have Matsia a fellow you were helping. He's an Arcasodara, is he not? Apparently, 'tis almost exclusively his people who are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? If summoning is this perpetrator's aim, it doth stand to reason that the Arcasodara would be their primary targets. Granville could? Is making a D&D session for VTubers eventually. I'll recommend it. Oh, well, I would certainly appreciate that. What is the faith of their ancestors which prevaileth in this land? And many are devout adherents still. We'd better go after him. Akali lies to the west, as I recall. Same direction as Kral's acquaintance, incidentally. It's settled then. Keep your eyes peeled while we make for the village. Radiant Guard. Yeah, speaking of the Radiant Guard, they actually do have like a fancy armor set. Look at that. That is nice. It is basically Dragoon armor. Actually, yeah, it does seem like something that you would wear. Even with, like, I think the textures actually match up with yours, doesn't it? Yeah. And they did just recently add that the Radiant Host armors for each class, each role, previous patch, like 6.05 I think. The armor is based off the Guts armor. Yeah, I actually saw the one where the artwork of you fully armored. It's really nice. You do not see Marcia nearby, but the elevated ground ahead might provide a better vantage point. You have to pay for yourself. Oh yeah, I mean, that said, it's quite a ways away. But if you are on the Ether data center, I'll be more than glad to play with you. That's it, they are working on implementing cross data centers soon-ish, so hopefully that comes out. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah. In the most recent news update, they said that they were working on cross data centers next. So that's great. As long as they're within the same region at least. Like, Ether can play with Primal and Crystal, but not from the EU or JP servers. Leave me alone. Help. Somebody. Help. Oh, I just realized I'm in Africa. I guess Ratahan is supposed to be based off the Middle East or Africa. Or, more accurately, I believe India, like the Asian subcontinent. Alright. Please stand still while I summon my chocobo. They are so polite indeed for waiting. It's Big Bird. A big old yellow bird. Actually like how chocobos look. Look at them big old eyes. Yes, it is I. It's large orbs staring at you. Messed up emus. Yeah, I suppose they are kind of like emus. Like, at least like the wild chocobos, they are extremely aggressive. Like chocobo hunting and raising is a whole profession in itself. Chicken head, emu body. Yeah. Where'd it go? Why are you here? I see you found him in time. You and your friends came to look for me. I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest, think about what to do about, well, everything. And then those men came. Kidnappers. We heard that the Arcasoda were being targeted. Surely you have as well. Perhaps it's best you took refuge in the city. We have considered it, me and you others, but fishing is all we know, the ocean is all we have. I see. That's a decision to make, but you should take care not to travel alone. A question, if I may. Tis our understanding that strange fiends have emerged from the tower. What canst thou tell us of these beings? Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are. I heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. For that reason, some have taken to calling the tower Zot. House of Divinities in Veiled tongue, it means. But they're not true divinities, they're monstrous imitations that bring only death. To have one's faith so twisted as to grievous the indignity, and full justify art thou in thine outrage. Know that 'tis for no other purpose but to neutralize the tower, where we have journeyed to this land. time we may be forced to contend with these false gods, and thus we will learn all we may about them. Wilt thou not tell us of thy divinities and their true nature? You've come all this way to save us. Really? To think I had you peddling fish? But to answer your question, yes, of course. We will gladly tell you about our gods. We, I say, because I am a terrible storyteller, and I ask my fellow villagers to do it. So please come to our village. We're good, gods-fearing folk. All of us, and we'd be honored to share our knowledge and fish. Now look at that sunset. What sayest thou? Shall we pay a visit to Akiali? Wonderful. Just follow the road west and down the hill. You can't miss it. It's actually very lovely lighting. If it wasn't for the fact of that very ominous tower spawning ultra monstrosities, the scenery here will be extremely beautiful. So, 'tis a simulacra of the Havnarian gods that are being summoned. If any doubt existed before, there can be none now. The kidnapped Harnish are imprisoned in the tower. I pray that we will be able to save them. Though indeed, saving them will mean confronting the false gods. Like as not, I, as you said, will do well to study their religious traditions to Akiali. I'm gonna have to turn the mic gain down quite a lot more just so it doesn't pick up all the background noise going along. I have family over and they are very loud. But something came to mind while I was in that cutscene over there, which is, well, wild elephants roaming around, but they are bipedal sentient elephants, so is this like the equivalent of like us encountering a gorilla? Familiar though I am with the myths and legends of this island, to hear them spoken by the heirs to this storied heritage giveth them a new life. A charming little village. Shame about the hideous tower. Mark you that platform out on the water. The matter of shrine, perhaps. Welcome to Akyali, my friend. The name means white beach, and there isn't much here save that. But please make yourself at home. Your companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. Any one of us can tell you about our gods, but you could do worse than to start with Kanga and the old Hasveda. You're free at the moment, as it happens. You wish to know about our gods? What a curious visitor you are. Most want fish. In any case, I am happy to oblige. Now, I don't know how it is whence you hail. Bao Isle is home to many gods. We can be divided into two groups. The Manusia, beings of wisdom who assume the forms of men, and the Murga, beings of might who assume the forms of beasts. Together they are divinities. Their forms and personalities, many and varied. Some are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental. Just like we mortals can be. All are possessed of great insight and experience, and by heeding their teachings, we strive to be better people and live better lives. Interested in learning about our gods, you see. That's what I like to hear. Prick up your ears then, and listen. In ancient times, the Manusia and the Murga, deities who look like men and beasts, respectively, were locked in conflict. Eventually, seeking the wisdom of the Manusia, Murga cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. Likewise, the Manusia coveted the might of the Murga, and so they too resolved to trade heads. Thus were born new gods possessed of both might and wisdom, and they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. From then on, as a sign of their esteem for one another, the Manusia have worn animal faces, and the Murga the limbs of men. Welcome to our village, traveler. Is there anything I can help you with? There you are. Learn a thing or two about our gods, I trust? That I have. While you were off talking to the others, I remember something that may be of interest. If you could let your friends know, I'll go and fetch it from my home at once. Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll which depicts 3 of our most revered deities. By all means, we should like to see it. Interesting. They are Menusa, you heard about them already, yes? 3 sisters. The center one is the eldest, Cinderuva, a goddess of wisdom. For this, alchemists hold her in the highest regard. In the highest. To her right, in the middle, is the middle sister, Sandaruva, a goddess of wealth. She counts many traders among her followers. And on the left is Minduruva, the younger sibling. She presides over the cross and is so beloved by weavers. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune. In like fashion to the Menusa, the deities of Eorza presides over a myriad aspects of life. And what of the Murga, if I may ask? The Murga hold power over nature. In ages past, they were revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. If you have occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is a god who possesses Agaja's head, and he is venerated as the progenitor of the Arca Solara. And then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. You worship dragons too? They say that an ancestor of the satrap, that is, the ruler of Radzahan, forged a covenant with a dragon divinity in ancient times. This divinity has since acted as a guardian deity of the satrap. Legends hold that, if ever the satrap is in need, his dragon ally will fly to his aid. Dragon ally. You claimed to be a terrible storyteller, and nothing could be further from the truth. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear. I'm confident that the information you've given us will serve us well in our efforts to deal with the tower. That is very kind of you to say. Thank you. I'll pray for your success. Right, I believe it's time we sought out Kral's acquaintance. An alchemist by the name of Nidana. According to Kral's notes, we're to find her at a place called the Great Work, further north along the coast. Matsu has a shine in his eyes that wasn't there before. Did you say you were going to see Nidhan? Oh, how I envy you. She's brilliant and beautiful, kind and understanding. I dare say she's beautiful. I could stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day. And those eyes. When you meet her, take care you don't drown in them. The Great Work is situated at a cove by the north. Follow the road north to reach it. Alright. Oh, before I do that, however, I'm going to get some water and a snack, because I am pretty hungry. I'll be right back. Alrighty, I have returned. I got some snacks with me. Some rice crackers. Got myself a nice big mug of root beer. Let me just get rid of this little text label. Okay, there you go. Thank you. Also, I see you lurking, Verginga. Not sure whether if you're at work at this hour or you're just plain busy. Caught in 4K. Caught in 8K. Yeah, how are you doing? So rude to my mod. It's not just a mod, it's actually one of my VTuber siblings. Both of us have the same artist for our models. Good, just eating? Oh, so am I. Trying to get adrenaline down from playing Halo. Are you, how was it? Were you doing the legendary challenge? Ah, just heroic. It's the first time. Like, first time playing it, or just like first time playing on heroic? Really? Oh, that's a surprise. I figured we've played like at least Halo 3 before. That was pretty popular back in the day. I haven't gotten access to an Xbox, but now Game Pass this thing. Ah, yeah. Am I doing the MSQ for Endwalker? Yes, I am. I mean, not right now because I'm eating a cracker, but yes, I am progressing with the MSQ. Because apparently the first dungeons is right after this entire chapter investigating here in Favnir. Debating if I should watch Keep Spawning myself. Oh, this is fairly early into the game itself, so might not be too spoilers. But ultimately, it's up to you. Like, somehow I managed to avoid spoilers up to the point where I started playing. I keep watching. I love watching tanks do their job. Yeah, if you ever get into a duty, then I will have to switch to tank. But at the present, since I'm just like running around talking to people, I'm just grabbing the EXP for my samurai. It seems to me I'm heading straight for that tower. In the valley. Oh, there's no way up this way. Yeah, oh dang, tower's looming right above us. Far too close for comfort, if you ask me. Oh no. Oh no. That's not good. Everyone's dead. I would say I definitely did not see that coming. I was gonna just like rounded a corner and just see bodies lying everywhere. If there was a battle, there's a conspicuous lack of blood. That is a good point. In such manner did we find them. What could have befallen these people? What in the world? It would be extremely inconvenient if we're dead, so please, let's be unconscious. Oh, yep, still alive.
What happened here?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see.
Oh, are they just... They're just straight sleeping on the ground here.
I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow. People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
Real shit?
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
Oh, happy day. Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
Boy, are they really dropping the beat for this theme here. The Ratahan theme.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit. Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower. Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people?
Yeah, it's a very excellent question to ask after we've been having conversation for maybe about 2 minutes now.
Of course! You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Oh, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova!
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Curious that it concerns you so. But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
That is well.
You must be quite familiar with dragon.
What the hell?
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not?
Oh no, it's Sylvaen.
I should like to draw a file or two, if so. Now, see here.
Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
You're just praying for Astinian.
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement.
So long, Astinian.
No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk? As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent the request to your Mistress Kryl. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results. Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
Right, so attune to that ether, right there. An alternate traveling, didn't you? Well, if there's anything you need, just know, ask away. Arshan. Pray, pay me no mind. I'm here that I may be of service, nothing more. Oh, for the days when I enjoyed such fervent adoration. On this occasion, I'm glad to entrust the burden of popularity to Estinian. To say that shellfish is ideal for those who have suffered blood loss, mayhap we should have acquired some from Lazia. Oh, they don't drain Estinian too much. Allow me to thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world, and we are grateful that you will assist us in ours. Okral South is tied up with another investigation. Sylvaen is an eminently capable substitute, and we will spare no effort to aid you. So, if I understand correctly, you seek to make talismans that can nullify etheric emissions. Indeed we do. As you know, the tower emits vast concentrations of ether. One cannot go anywhere near it without being tempered. As such, we can only study the tower from afar, and are powerless to deal with it in any consequential way. In order to strike back, the satrap bade us, alchemists, create enchanted talismans. Talismans that will allow soldiers to venture into the tower, even should they lack innate protection. Could such a thing be possible? Admittedly, we're still in the midst of testing, but we are quite confident. Even prior to this, our people have long pursued countermeasures against etheric corruptions of primals. Of the methods tested to date, only those utilizing dragon skills proved the most promising. Owing to their etheric density, the skills are highly resistant to destructive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. We seek to amplify this protective property through our alchemy. Thanks to the skills provided by His Excellency, we have been able to make steady progress with the talisman. Soon we will be ready to conduct a field test, and here is where you and your blessing of light come in. What exactly is it that you need me to do? Nothing complicated, I assure you. We only ask that you serve as an escort. I will explain in greater detail later, but you will be venturing into the tower's field of influence. And so, for your safety, I will first test how well your blessing shields you, with your permission, of course. In that case, Uranja and I will find other ways to make ourselves useful. Seeing as you all work to the point of collapse, I suspect you could do with more hands. We will be grateful for any assistance you can provide. If you are ready, then let us put your blessing to the proof. If you exit the great work and turn south, there will be a hill to the right. I will meet you at the top after seeing to some preparations. In Drunken Deeper. You see a lantern designed in the local style. I hope you didn't have trouble finding this place, or climbing the hill. Not all are accustomed to the physical strain. I give you the fruit of our sweat, tears, and many a sleepless night, the Drunken Deeper. A Deepa is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from the tradition, we created this device to test the talisman's efficacy. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of ether. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe ether sickness. Oh no. For your test, you will be exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain your blessing's protective capability. Please begin whenever you're ready. I shall be observing from a safe distance. To reduce the risk of accidental exposure, the Drunken Depot will emit a blast only after it has moved a certain distance. Follow it closely and bathe in VA for 4 times. Okie dokie, time to get irradiated. Fuck. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Repeat, commencing etheric exposure testing. Retreat to a safe distance if you are not the subject. Raiding Ether, please stand back. Do I interact with it? Oh, okay. You are struck by a powerful blast of ether, but suffer no ill effects. Subject has no irrepressible urge to empty the stomachs. Confirmed, resuming test. Please follow. Subject stomach and bowel integrity holding confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. You're struck by yet another powerful blast of ether, but suffer no ill effects. The blessing of light appears to be keeping you safe from harm. Subject 42 rated. Impressive. No irregularities confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow and brace for final discharge. I'm not sure whether standing right next to this walking cancer machine is a good idea. So why do I have to follow it? Could we just use the same spot? You're struck by the strongest blast of ether yet, but survive completely unscathed. Etheric exposure testing concluded. Please collect and deliver me to the supervising alchemist. Congratulations on retaining your composure and your humors. Ah, you return. And not on your knees. A promising sign, but come. Let me take the diva off your hands. Having exhausted all of its ether, the drunken diva is now having a well-earned rest. Thank you. I shall replenish its ether for when we test the talisman. But no dizziness or nausea or anything of the sort. You're feeling perfectly fine. Then the strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There is no risk that the tower will corrupt your ether. With this, we can request your aid for the task ahead with the arts. Ilana regards you with those eyes. You could drown me. You're a capable warrior too, are you not? Will you be amenable to assisting me with another errand? See, our talisman requires the use of a special ink, but we have exhausted our stores of key ingredient for spirit weed. The herb grows not far from here, and I would like to go and harvest some. With the recent spate of kidnappings, however, we, our Crasodora, travel alone at our peril. Will you not come with me as my escort? I will compensate you for your troubles, of course. Oh, leave it to me. I'll keep you safe. I'm in your debt. Without further ado, let us head to Kajaya's footsteps. It's situated on the road which runs east of the Great Work. I may be simply imagining, but I feel as though we're being followed. Look out! Sylvaen. Easy. Spin! Gods, that gave me a fright. To think that at the moment I venture outside the safety of the work. Thank the sisters I asked you to come with me. Are you alright? You are alright, I hope. That I am. Good, good. Let's continue then. It isn't far now, just through these pillars and up the rise. What the hell is that, Godzilla? Oh no, it looks like a giant pangolin and eater hybrid. And here we are, Kajaya's footsteps. Kajaya was a great dancer, and those who followed in her, in her footsteps, we come to this place to train and dedicate the dance to their ancestors. The happy benefit of this is that spirit wheat grows here in abundance. I was said about harvesting it once, and you would be so good as to stand guard. Kidnappers aren't like to return soon, but better safe than sorry. Spirit Weed.
Yes, that would be Radzad Khan. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began. The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing.
You can tell me how the satrap.
Well, he is the most important person in Radzad Khan. Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra. When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjor from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves. It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people, but when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates the solution. The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzad Khan to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets. I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh, something. Owen? Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans. And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned. For we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
Very lovely screenshot. I have enough spirit bead to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let's head back to the great work, shall we? Sylvaen, my thanks again for your assistance. With your help, we're that little bit closer to completing our talisman. This isn't much, but please accept it as a token of my gratitude. Oh, at least it covered the Everite teleportation fees. And boys, Bill does Nidhana know that she's about to send you on another errand. If you will excuse me, I shall return to my work on the talisman. Ah, you're both back. Excellent. I have a message for you, Mistress Nidhana. You see, the stores of Giant Skull are running low. What? But when I last looked, there was still plenty. I suspect that was before you, Yaranja, told everyone about that tempering cure, and Estinian shared his knowledge of dragons. The Pierce has since been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. I see. Well, if it leads to new possibilities, then far be it from me to complain. But we will need to replenish our stores. I should be happy to tend to this if you like. As much as I appreciate your offer, my dear boy, I can't in good conscience send you out there alone, while kidnappers are at large. Sylvaen, loath though I am to press another task on you so soon, may I ask you fetch the Giant Skull? In case you're not familiar, Giant Skull is a type of ore found on the island. Owing to its hardness and ethereal conductivity, it has applications in many disciplines. Alchemy, not the least of all. The quarry where it is found, aptly named Giant Skull Grounds, isn't far away, so it shouldn't take much of your time. May we impose on you once more? Sure, I don't see why not. Thank you. Upon arriving at the grounds, please seek out a man named Zenuha. He will furnish you with the ore. At the very least, permit me to accompany you. It so happens I have an errand of my own that will take me to the outpost nearby. May we borrow a pair of Hamsa, Mistress Nidhana? By all means, do try to be patient with them. Those that survived are still in training. I'll bring the Hamsa to the entrance. Meet me there when you are ready. This is indeed quite a lot of traveling back and forth. And what good is the Hamsa going to do for us? Here are our Hamsa, Sylvaen. The creatures look familiar is because they are close kin to your Eors and Dodos. Hamsa have long been kept as livestock in Vevnir, and many a hatchery may be found here. Alas, the largest of these were recently raised by monsters from the tower. On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the Radiant host repurposed its remnants as an outpost. That is where my errand takes me, and your own destination is but a stone's throw away. Oh, where did I go indeed? Yeah, I'll help out a little bit in the kitchen. Thank you. Oh, if you have no objections, let us first make for the outpost. We set forth at your word. While goes the Discord server. You ready? Then let us depart. You need only ride and relax. My bird and I will take the lead and yours to follow. Coincidentally, yes, I did drink a bit. Family needed help in uncorking a wine bottle. Let's be off. If you hadn't ridden those before, be warned that they have a wobbling gait. I see that. Kinda goofy. Wait, what time is it in Singapore right now? I used to live there. Currently, it is 7 PM. Spectacular formation stretching out over the water is called Khadga, a word which means sword. The sword, legend holds, is wielded by the Menusia against the Mirror before it was cast down at conflict's end. Oh, it's midnight already. Wow. That's pretty far forward. Just about 5 hours. To the left, you see. To the left, requiring no introduction, is the tower. As you can see, it straddles a small isle. I shall sleep soon, but I'm here. Oh, chicken wobble. Yes, the Dodo wobble. I don't even know why they even attempt to flap their wings, but there it is. Almost there, though the main part of the hatchery is atop the cliff. The outpost itself is on the beach. This isn't the beach, this is a bathtub. Oh, if you do go to sleep soon, then I bid you a good night. And rest well. I probably should take a break as well and get dinner later. After that, I think my friends want to play some other games. 3 hours as well. I might pass out. Well, I mean, depending on time of day, I usually do stream just about 3 hours, but that's because I start streaming at like 9 or 10 at night most of the time. So 3 hours is just about a comfortable time to stream. I had intended or wanted to get to the first dungeon at least, but I think that's going to be quite a while. So unfortunately that's not going to happen today, I think. And here we are, manned by the Radiant Host. This outpost is our first line of defense against the tower. A very ominous looking tower indeed. Got that 5G radio towers. Well, who should it be but young Roshan? On an errand for the Satrap. I am. His Excellency bade me come collect your report. He also wished to express his heartfelt gratitude for the brave men and women of the Radiant Host for their unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty. We are honored to receive His Excellency's regard. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. But we have enjoyed relative peace and calm these past days. This remains the front line of battle, no place for children. Your predecessor, too, often traveled alone. It's been, what, 2 years now since you took over? I wonder how's the fellow faring. Like those before him, he went on to represent the Satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may now be, I am certain he is well. As for myself, I assure you that all I do of my own volition, and gladly, I pray you do not think ill of His Excellency. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the Satrap is unwavering. But still, I worry for you. We would be overcome with sadness if something were to befall you, for you are as a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear? I will, Nabin. Thank you. Now who might this be? Not Hanish by the look of him. Permit me to introduce Sylvaen Demonbane of the Orosian contingent, come to assist in the making of the talisman. From Eorzea, you say? The towers have appeared over there too, yes? Tell me, what is the situation like? May I suggest that you exchange information with our soldiers? Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. An excellent idea. Given the unprecedented nature of the threat, some of ours are understandably anxious. Would be glad for any tidings you can share. You two, bring Varshan the latest report, and answer any questions he may have. All appears quiet with the tower at the moment. I dare say the soldiers won't mind if you approach them. There's some very interesting looking spirit out there. Ah, I've heard about you. The visitor from Eorzea. Is there anything you can tell us about the Telephori? We know that they're the ones behind the tower, that they've declared war on the whole world. But why are they doing this? What is it they want? This we don't understand. Nothing but destruction for the sake of destruction. What? They want to die and take everyone with them? What madness is this? Well, you can bet we won't let those bastards have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have, like our heroes in the Far Eastern Burmese. I think Far East will have a fairly easy time considering that they have 4 lords. You wish to know about the tower. To be honest, we know little and less about it ourselves. This Tower of Zod, as folk have taken to calling it, suddenly appeared where it did on the Isle of Naranir. We're safe from its influence at this distance, but go too far into the water and you expose yourself to its corrupting ether. You're a foreigner, aren't you? How are they dealing with the tower in your homeland? Not great. Our struggles are not unique. Our hopes still lie with the talismans. We must keep the monsters contained until they're ready. It occurs to me I have yet to properly introduce our company. We are the Radiant Host, a military order under the Satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land, be it patrolling streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats such as now. We train hard, and admit only capable warriors to our ranks. Even so, we've struggled to contend with the fiends on the tower, but we succeeded in striking them down on the 2 occasions they came in force. We had to pay a heavy price. What of the towers in Eorzea? Do they likewise spawn monsters? Not quite individual monsters, so to speak, but they have been spawning lunar primals, as they call it. So, it's much the same everywhere. With every nation struggling, we cannot expect calls for outside aid to be answered. Finished speaking to the soldiers, have you? I hope it was as enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub both, Razahan ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, the stream dried up when trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst the dearth of information, everyone will have been grateful for your account. But come, you had best see to your original errand, as mine will keep me here a while longer. However, I'm afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Worry not, the path is straightforward. You need but follow the road east. On the Hamsa, you will arrive before you know it. Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together. Till we meet again. But the Hamsa appears to want to return home. He reluctantly offers you its back. Should you become separated from your seat, speak with the Radiant Beastkeeper at the Hamsa hatchery to mount it again. Oh, I should have to ride Hamsa. Come on, man. I got way better with most of friends transport than giant this brown bird. That is quite a distance away. Are those buildings? I wonder. Giant Skull Grounds. Star Mites. Pevnerian Jamal. Oh, missed it. No sooner do you arrive at your destination than the Hamsal dashes off. Zenuha, I need to speak to you. This is indeed the Giant Skull Grounds, and I am Zenuha. Is there something you require? Yes, the alchemists require Giant Skull. Giant Skull for the alchemists, you see? Of course, they shall have it. They labor tirelessly to deal with the tower, and 'tis the least we can do to provide them with the materials they need. Zeno has a sack of Giant Skull for you. Here you go. Here you are, a sack of the pierced Giant Skull. We always set some aside for our alchemist friends. When you deliver it, let the good folk of the Great Work know that we're grateful for their efforts. If they need more, they need but ask. Ah, welcome back, Sylvaen. I hope you have the Giant Skull. A hempen sack filled to the brim with chunks of the pierced Giant Skull. Oh my, such fine specimens. Thank you so much for bringing these. We now have everything we need to make our next prototype. One that should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests. When it's ready, it'll be time for the true test, so please take your ease while you can. It's been a nice stroll along the beach.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well. You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea. And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that. What is it? What did you see? Fandaniel, are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds. This is the one.
At long last!
Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments! We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
Alright. Oh, it is time for my dinner break. I shall be right back. Eventually. Okay, I have returned. It's gone for quite a while, but I've had my dinner. So that's great. Let's see. Time now is 7:48 at night. I hope everyone's having a good time wherever they who might be around the world. Okay, let's continue. Got my water, got a glass of wine. We shall proceed. Nothing unusual so far. Don't worry about us. Think only of your own task. I bet you got an ether crown for me. Do you have a moment, adventurer? One of my colleagues has gone missing. She said she was going to Kajaya's footsteps to get a bit of exercise, but she hasn't come back. I go search for her, but it's almost time for a shift change, and I can't very well leave the kiln to operate itself. Could you find her and fetch her for me? You're too kind. She should be in Kajaya's footsteps. Keep an eye out for her with black hair. I'm sure she'll be happy to see you. She was out the last time you were by, and she was devastated that she missed out on the chance to meet the adventurer, us aiding the students of Baldesi. Black-haired hero. What you staring at? What do you mean? I need to get back to work? Oh, have I really been out battling? I should really go. I was hoping to get a better look at the stage before I left. I'm sure you're busy, but could you assist me for a moment? Not like I have a choice now, do I? Thank you. I'll inspect the walls, so could you make sure the stage is in order? Hey yo, what's up, Seth? Syphilis, Crystal Meth, Syphilis. My buddy, my guy, what you doing? Some of the paint is worn off, you could use a fresh coat. Welcome to the equivalent of Southeast Asia in Final Fantasy XIV. And look at that, suns are coming up. They got fantasy malaria? Probably. But given how you can probably just cure a disease with a cast with a single spell, probably not an issue. Cloth wavers exquisitely in the wind. No problems here. And take a look, they got they got that 5G telecom tower up. A small hole in the floor, that can be good. Very nice, only 5G tower. Actually, I don't even know whether if we have 5G towers. Maybe Dev do. Oh, here I am still on 4G. Actually, I don't even know whether if my phone's a 4G or 5G at all. Oh, hardly matters. It's not gonna fry my skin off yet, so. Any problems? The floor and the paint. I'll have to fix it next time I come by. Thank you for checking. Yeah, I don't know, but like, the top of my phone still says it's LTE, but I'm just guessing it's probably 5G. You know, it seems odd that I've never met you until now. You wouldn't happen to be the adventure sent by the students of Destiny, would you? It is I. You are. And here I was delegating you an idle task. If I had known, I always admired travelers like you. You see, I was studying to be a dancer under Mistress Nashmira at one time. I wanted to see the realm as I traveled for performances. Maybe I still can. Not as a dancer, of course, but as an alchemist. Oh, but we should hurry back to the great work. I don't want to cause any more trouble than I already have. Alright, give me that ether current, Elfin Man. Ah, there you are. I heard you helped my colleague with the station inspection while you were out. It's greatly appreciated. She looks up to your kind, you know. She lost her chance to become a dancer due to an unfortunate injury. Now she's working to heal the sick and injured as an alchemist. I'm so happy to meet you, as am I. Here, a token of our thanks. One bird, two bird, red bird, yellow bird. But yeah, it's kind of like a blend of every single Southeast Asian culture. And then in not just like the aesthetics, but the overall environment design, look, hue. I think mainly, like geographically, this is like the equivalent of India if the subcontinent separated itself from the rest of Asia. I see some Cambodian influences. Yeah, a little bit of that, especially in the buildings. I think there's a bit of a Thai imagery as well. Of course, hostile wildlife, part and parcel of it. No, not thighs. I meant like thighs in Thailand. I sleep. Yes, I know you like thighs. And so do I. Very based. Why won't these birds leave me alone? What the hell did I miss at it, duck? Right, enter the heart of the 4G tower, 5G tower. I like how you're fighting birds at level 80 plus, right? These are some of the world's most terrifying hornbills. Or toucans. Satrap has granted you the use of this boat. May it serve you well. Elephant Lady. This is rather finer boat than I had expected, but I won't complain. All that remains is to board and be on your way. Oh, and if I should become corrupted, do not stay your hand. Of course, I pray it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessing are one of a kind, and perhaps our only hope for toppling this tower. For all our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done, whatever that may be. Brings one image to mind, the one magazine cover featuring some dude beating a bunch of lobsters. Oh yeah, I definitely know what you mean. Let me look it up on Google. Yeah, the app's right there. Oh, even better. I'll post it in the Discord. It's exactly that. This is exactly what's happening to me right now. Exactly at level 82. Oh, the longer I draw this out, the more nervous I become. Let's be off. I mentioned this earlier, but I actually do find like the heads of chocobos to be quite cute. Just staring at you with them big old eyes.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence. Any moment now. It's working!
The gaze of a madman, the deranged psychopath of a bird.
And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could.
Yeah, the chocobos will fuck you up. That's not how they're willing to throw hands with like any anything and everything if you let them.
So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance. A few more steps.
This isn't gonna go well, is it?
Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be. Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets. What?
Here we go. How horrifying. Elephant Matrix.
There we go! There we go! Oh.
Yeah, apparently like each tower is basically the same thing. Capturing the beast people of each tribe, each race. And just like stuffing them in these batteries.
Calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased. My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
Patrons of old.
Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Van Daniel, the sundered Ascian.
Damn, Daniel.
I inherited the position and the soul of the Van Daniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Van Daniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am. How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, Although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded. I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes? Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
At your service. Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met, day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments?
No, I certainly can't say the word. Not me.
That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
And got auto models for saying the word of 2Bs. Seems like it, yeah. I don't know whether if you tried using the emojis it might work. But I wouldn't recommend it. It's not worth the trouble.
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation. Slaves to the slightest hint, and amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor. And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Amon. No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death. In the end, all is lost.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war. And so I have come to claim you.
It's up silk.
For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Van Daniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself. See what lies ahead.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell. As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again! Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see.
Ah, returned, but where is Mistress Midhana? Oh, she got yanked by a bunch of chains and now she's stuck in the tower. News here preserved, just when we had succeeded in making the talisman. I must report this at once. Meanwhile, please return to the great work. Hey, Thancred, guess what? We lost the alchemist. Something's gone awry, hasn't it? What happened? So it was Vandaknil after all. Damn that bastard. I'm sure you wanted to do more, but you were right to return here first. We must tread warily lest we endanger Nidhana and the other captives. Nice. The satrap Araza Han. Thancred is wearing a grim expression. First, we must inform everyone of the situation, and Hana's colleagues included. I'll call them together for a gathering, but I think it would be best if you were the one to explain. Oh, Hana. And can you answer me this? When Nidhana is trapped in the tower, she's still alive, yes? Very much so. Then we must make warring skills. As many as we can. The prototype works perfectly. This Nidhana proved at peril to herself. So let us make more skills, that she and all those who were taken might be saved. Aye, as alchemists, this is how we help win the fight. My friends, the Satrap has been made aware of the tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me give you this link poem, that he might personally discuss the production of the warring skills with you. And for our Eorzean visitors, I bear an invitation. In her report, Mistress Nidana noted your vital contributions to the talisman's creation. This fact came to the satrap's attention, and in recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet you. In addition to thanking you in person, he will also discuss further avenues of collaboration. And so, if it is agreeable, will you not accompany me to Razahan for an audience with His Excellency? We should be honored, of course. Closer cooperation between our lands can only be to the benefit of all. Then it is settled. Please, come to the gates east of the Giant Skull grounds. Now we'll show you into the city. Okay, descend further down I cannot. Oh, that music change is not encouraging at all. Ooh. Oh, that's not horrifying. Here we are, the gates of Radzahan. When last visited, the city was brimming with life. I expect the tower has dampened the mood somewhat. Be it here or in Eorzea, all share in the desire to deliver the captives. Thus united, I pray that we may join in common cause with the Satrap. Of the Satrap, I only know the common tidbits. But though the position is hereditary, it's not considered a sovereign. In fact, despite possessing considerable authority, he wields it sparingly. Given the esteem in which locals hold him, however, it's safe to assume he's good at his job. We could do far worse for an ally. All present? Then let us proceed. Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert. Strict restrictions are in place for entry. For you have been granted special permission, I ask that you remain close to me at all times.
A vast rock squats upon Thavnair, and to its stony surface clings the city of Rads at Han. Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things. Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets. But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
Here we are, Megadota. It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside. Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, satrap of Radzatan. Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
Not everything went to plan.
I assume you speak of Nidana. A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not. This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Forgive me, but Were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
As you wish.
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me. Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Oh, it's a dragon.
I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
Aye, mine elder brothers, of Midgard's former spawn, I was last to hatch.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzat Han had an alliance with a dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive with the Aura, adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radzat Han.
But if Vritra is still here, then your position as satrap is just...
A charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the great worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who join me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
'Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh. The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Radzat Han. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my wit.
Oh, that was a spicy plot twist there.
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered, Estinian warm blood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another, yet did neither one of us bare his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Roulettes at Harn. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Pagalthan and Cartanau, I am told. 'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions. And should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales. I worry, however, that even the four of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go, steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Sylvaen is in order.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Whether your request be made as a great worm, or the ruler of Roulettes at Harn, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
I am in thy debt.
Oh man. He knows how to make an exit. Bet we should encounter one of the first brood in such circumstance. Of course, if our course of action is decided, let's not tarry. That meeting took a rather unexpected turn, but we now have a clear objective ahead of us. Let's rejoin our comrades in Sylvaen and muster a suitable crew for our foray into the Tower of Zod. Oh, and if you haven't already done so, be sure to attune to the ether right here before departing. Unless, of course, you enjoy violent nausea. Can I... Okay, I guess I can't. To old Sylvaen we go. conflict between Nidhogg and I is in the past, and though they were brothers, it has no bearing on my view of Vitra. Above all else, he is a leader of men, not an enemy. He would hardly dedicate his life to this endeavor if he bore our kind any ill will. Vitra and his alchemists have prepared us for our foray into the tower. What we may accomplish within its twisted halls remaineth to be seen. The Arca soldier, languished in a Telephoroi chains, doth forewarn us of the nature of our foes. 'Tis the god of Thavnair who will be summoned to thwart us. Just as I was getting used to balmy Thavnair, we're back in chilly Sharn. Take another cache, Endwalker. We need you for battles to come. Now then, everyone appears to be here, so let us take stock of the developments and our discoveries. I returned by way of Kite's experimental etherite, yet I must say it was far less taxing than our first attempt. And apparently, we need only ask if we wish to use it again. Now, I'm not terribly eager to repeat the experience, but if you're willing to test your ethereal fortitude for the sake of technological advancement, then who am I to stop you? In the Dark Tower. Carl glances at you with expectant eyes. Since there has been progress in both investigations, shall we share the findings from our respective locales?
Your time in Thavnair has certainly been eventful. In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the ethereal sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thavnair.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower? According to Orenvold and Frodola's report, they were unable to free the Emulger. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Ifrit.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses? Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal, thus the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise. A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained, and I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within. Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
So we can hope, and I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another.
May we not then divide our forces?
Every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Kryl, your Stola, and myself. The remaining Scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcosodra by a considerable margin.
Well, Velzy, she knows a healing spell too.
That she does. But I think Alize herself would assert that she's at her best when she's charging onto the breach. And from what I recall from the Grand Cosmos, there's a spring in her step when she fights by your side.
Ye gods, will you never let me hear the end of that? Rest assured that I will do what is asked of me, regardless of who I happen to be standing next to at any given time. It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Rads at Han of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
The military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging point.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental aetherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
Strangely quiet. Ah, our friend of Eorzea. Been expecting you. You and yours will lead a mission into the tower, I'm told. The warning skills will be delivered soon. Till then, please stand by at the boat we have ready. When your fellows arrive, I will direct them to join you. We pray for your success and safety. this is a few short leave I travel, I think I'll stick to boats. Aye, no warning, however, Empathic would have prepared me for that. On account of which we are a little late, but fighting fit, mostly. My friends, permit me to thank you for accepting this mission. It must be... We should still call you Varshan, I suppose. Indeed. It will not do to confuse our soldiers. Very well then. For our part, we are humbled that you should see fit to entrust us with your warding skills. Please convey as much to His Excellency. One for each of you. Please accept them with my blessings. Our thanks. With these we can go anywhere those with the blessing of light can go. Not only for this operation either, all those ones to come can finally break your monopoly on primates. I wouldn't mind carrying on as before, you know. Ha! Spoken like our champion. Rest assured, we'll ever have need of you, but we will do what we can to lighten your burden. If everyone's amenable to it, let us review the strategy for good measure. As previously agreed, we'll divide into two groups. Sylvaen and his band will break through the tower's defenses and locate its core. Meanwhile, the rest of us will tend to the prisoners, who will doubtless want for healing due to the duress of repeated summonings. The primals which the tower bringeth forth could be the deities of Favnarian myth. As we have no prior experience with such foes, pray exercise the utmost caution when confronting them. We commence the word at your operation. Commence the operation at your word, my friend. For people of Favnir, nay, the entire world, we must prevail. The Radiant Host and I will be watching from the outpost, ready to act at the first sign of unusual activity. May the scales serve you well, and protect you in lieu of Vitra's fangs and claws. This is the closest I've been to one of the towers, such a sinister aura that exudes. It's been a while since I last took to the field, and I can't help but feel nervous. But with everyone at my side, I'm sure we all will be well. While parties are separate, I trust in you, as I know you will trust in me. Let's both give it our all, add another rousing chapter to the saga. Aside from primals within the tower, we shall, for a certainty, encounter and thwart Imperial soldiers. Defenders conveyed hither by means unknown will stop at nothing to hinder our efforts. Lest you worry, I have not forgotten my healing spells. Be it restoration or destruction, the sorcerers can command whatever magics the situation requires. First this armor, blessed with Atatosca's power. Now, Vitra's skill. Much has changed for dragons to show me such favor. And with Nidhogg with me, in spirit and in hand, no obstacle will bar our way. With you still are keeping them company, the other party will be able to hold their own against the enemy if needs be. So we can tackle our own task without worrying over them. Come, let us be about it. I may have taken up new arms, but my role is unchanged. I'm a healer, through and through. Yet, in knowing who once wore this sage's mantle, I wonder. When all is said and done, will I look back on the battles I choose to fight with pride? My warding skill is safely tucked away, and I'm ready when you are, Sylvaen. I may not be the Azure Dragoon, former or otherwise, but I guarantee I'll give as good as I get. And feature a great worm of the first brood has, and the hidden satrap of Roulettes at hand, has bid the silence cross narrowing there not a foray into the tiny island's unnatural spire, a telephonoid structure known by the locals as the Tower of Zon. Your companions join you on your journey, protective talismans in hand, prepared to face whatever unnamed horrors await you within. Come what may, you cannot allow Lihana and her kin to perish in the grip of dark magics and darker designs.
Right then.
Here we go. What the hell? What the hell was a blue thing there? A foul place is... Let's proceed with caution. This is where our ways do part. We shall survey the halls below. The rest of you must keep going, onwards and upwards. This is an abomination, a perversion of the people's fate. Be gone from our tower.
bust.
All or nothing!
I have you.
Heals, huh? Huh. I guess I'm riding now. Look at that! I'm wearing high heels. I just stick my katana on my foot and Doctor! Disable my cringe inhibitors. Oh lordy, what the hell is that?
This will hurt. You underestimate me! This will hurt.
Oh god, what the hell? Everything is awful. This kind of feels like the one stage in Path of Exile. Sweet man-made horrors beyond my comprehension. It is indeed. Oh man, there's even more of them. Those are mostly no longer people. They won't just open up. Just like in the picture. I'm facing the Magus Sisters. Seems this is official at what else about this. Go full aggro.
Prepare yourself.
Wonderful. I do love guessing games. That's nuts, man. She got time slot abilities. Fire alone can expel. Perspective. Protective's a tower one, but compelled by teleport magic, so I imagine. Corruption feels stronger here. really hitting the FF7 levels of enemy design. Oh, kinda, yeah, because these are all formerly Imperial enemies. And they've now been consumed by whatever accounts for this terrible Eldritch Tower monstrosity. No matter the cost, we must protect the tower. Harbingers elect the Mega Sisters. And you can summon the other two and combine. Like a horrible Megazord. Threat and final sister, I hope.
Prepare yourself!
Oh, this is awful. Oh.
All or nothing! My turn!
My god. What the fuck are these AoEs? Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking die. Jesus Christ. That was intense. From what I can tell, the summoning something.
Is everyone all right?
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
The lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Ishtola?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point. This is the core we seek. Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it. 'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look. Curious. There is something there embedded inside the core. A man's limb.
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
As soon as our tactical C4.
And that should be the end of it.
What now?
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
Bully for you! And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
What of the prisoners below?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
I pray I'm not too late.
Just cast Float of Featherfall. Unfortunately, this isn't D&D. Hey, Nessady, how are you doing?
What happened? Where are we?
I'm doing alright. That's great to hear.
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood. But 'tis as if it never existed.
How's the end going? We are slowly but surely approaching the end.
Hardly a scratch.
Eventually.
But how?
We're still at the beginning, but we will eventually reach the end.
Graha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
I'm still at Heaven's Ward, so I'm taking a sweet ass time. Oh, you should definitely enjoy your time in Heaven's Ward, because the story is fantastic, probably one of the best. But Shadowbringers is really something
That
else
explains
entirely.
the lack of obvious injuries.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here.
Ooh, thank you for hydrate.
They'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more Porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, Scions! We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
Oh hey, thanks for the raid, Sakai Ichigo. How was the stream?
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these
Hello.
unfortunate souls to the city.
Hello everyone. It's a nice evening we're having. Final Fantasy disconnected you? Nah. That's a shame though. Like, I haven't had any issues with connections. So I don't know whether it's really a server-side issue or it might just be our own connections. That said, welcome. So were you streaming So you were Words. So you were streaming Final Fantasy XIV right before this. Carrying all those Matanga may have been the true struggle. The liberated prisoners are being transported to Razat for treatment. Alize and Stola will oversee the administration of the tempering treatment, with the support from those below. A healing spell or two. Thank you for the follow, VTuber Carrots. Oh, hey Tara. Welcome. Ichigo Rado. Hi Tara. I'll go and join them in the city once you've had a moment to catch your breath. You may now enter the Tower of NPC avatars. Okay. Ooh. Show how to. Ooh. Can only be executed after accumulating 3 attacks of meditation by executing AI Jutsu, or meditate while in combat. Hmm. Also, I no longer need these two, I think. There we go. Banker is rested and ready to set. Had enough rest, have you? You never were one for being idle. Right. Boshan bade us come to Megadula at our earliest convenience. The others will join us there once they have finished tending to the prisoners. Ah, wait. On second thought, you and Estine should go on ahead. I need to make a quick detour about your great work. We left Graha in the alchemist's care, you see. Best to fetch him before he's crammed into a specimen jar. Just you and me, then. The guardsmen at the gate should wave us through. So how far into the MSQ are you, Ichigo? Ooh, nice. Finished it. That was great. I certainly would like to be able to do this all in one sitting. Unfortunately, I don't have that many days in which I'm free to be able to sit down and play such long durations. Not like today. Oh yes. For those who've just joined us for the first time, I should probably introduce myself. My name is Sylvaen Demonbane, and I am a demon hunter and knight errant of the Order of the Eclipse, at your service. I thank you all for stopping by, and I hope you all have had a good day so far. Or if your day's just starting, I hope you have a good day ahead. With the tower gone, I expect that the state of alert will be lifted. Ah, honored scions, you are free to enter at your leisure. As I cannot leave my post, I am afraid you must make your own way. Should you require directions to the city, the sentry station at the fountain atop the steps should be glad to assist you. Though I have been up to Radzahan before, this place is a veritable maze. Rather than risk getting lost, we had best ask for directions from this sentry at the fountain. Either way, I don't expect me to act as a tour guide like certain others. Hail, adventurer. If you wish to leave city, let's go to the gate. No, it's not. You wish to exit. Infinite Shard, can I tune this first? I can. Ether Plaza's uppercut repair. Fantastic. Attentive Radiance. Ah, Master Sylvaen, I presume. I understand you are here for an audience with the Satrap. If you require directions to the Megaduta, I should be glad to provide them. The Satrap's residence is situated in Dharma, the highest part of Radzahan. To get there, I will ordinarily recommend a route that takes you by the bazaars in the city's north. Due to the state of alert, however, most businesses are currently closed and the Aetheryte disabled. As such, I will provide you with an alternate path. First, please ascend the steps next to this fountain, then continue left. There will be more steps, and upon ascending them, you will emerge on Paxa's path. Proceed through the large door on the right, and you will arrive at Roulettes Fibers. Within, you will find another sentry who will give you further guidance. In other words, we head up. Sounds straightforward enough. Well, I know you said that the Aetheryte was disabled, however, I'm going to try anyway. Ah. Oh, wolf shot. Upstairs to the left. Okay, what's that over there? You heard sentry. We head up. I don't know why even offer us the option for dialogue if they're not going to give us dialogue. Heading to the Megaduta, are you? In that case, please follow this hallway to my right, and go through the door at the top of the stairs. You'll emerge at the entrance to the airship landing, where another sentry should be on hand to assist you. Incidentally, if you ascend the steps to either side of me, you'll find the workshops of Roulettes Fibers. We are free to observe their artisans. Take care not to lose your way. Roulettes Fibers. Quite an ordeal to get to the Satrap's residence. Could stand to be a more obvious route, like the one to the vault of Kugani Castle. If you're here for an airship, I'm afraid all flights have been suspended until further notice. So state of alert is still in effect. Perhaps it's for the best. That aside, we're not here for an airship. We have business at Megaduta. Oh, in that case, permit me to direct you. From here it's quite simple, really. Ascend these steps, then continue straight ahead and across the bridge. You cannot miss it. Has everyone had their dinner yet? For those living in the east. Confusing as it is, you think they intend to make a maze of Radzahan. Grounding was flat at least. If you became lost, you could head to higher ground to get the lay of the land. Greetings and welcome to Megadusa. May I inquire after your business? We are members of the Science of the Seventh Dawn. At the invitation of His Excellency. Of course, we have been expecting you. I'll show you into the audience chamber. If you would please follow me.
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent, in more ways than one.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude. You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales. Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radzatan.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzatan will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
'Tis of no moment. A mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
albeit brief. My involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydaelyn to whom you must look for answers.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort. 'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsummer did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope. He believed so long as Hydaelyn endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since. Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydaelyn does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
Prithee, a moment. There is my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion, this hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee.
I've not spoken with your father in some time.
In accordance with the covenant he forged with Hydralin, the stewardship of this star hath ever been his purpose. Silence in the face of thine actions is the greatest sign of his approval. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsormr's trust. But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence. Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end. Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
I absolutely love the dialogue writing in this game. Our apologies again. I hope we didn't force you to conclude your conversation prematurely. So, what were you and Vitra talking about? Nothing? Well, if you say so. The others have gone ahead to the High Crucible. Let's catch up to them. Like his sister Tiana, Richard is possessed of a gentle soul. I'm glad they're on our side. Right. However, before we continue, I would like to do MSQ. It's before the hour is up. There's duty resets after that. Archon loaf. Baked with either fish or vegetable flour, this fluffy loaf of rye bread is, from a nutritional standpoint, wholesome indeed. Alpha has in mind to join Viavis at the High Crucible. Ooh. The attendant was kind enough to give me directions to the High Crucible. First, let us return to the mulberry orchard. Mulberries. Come on, Ben. Last DPS, where are you? Oh, there you go. Oh hey, it's Praetorian. You can see this quite often, I think. So here we are. Alright, that's our cue to go. Two Dark Knights. Do you mind casting stone or something rather than just staring at me over? Okay, I guess not. Yeah, you're gonna hit. Ah, sit, my boy. Can you imagine if, like, Gaius Van Belzer sounded a lot like, Bane in The Dark Knight Rises? Like, yeah, Tom Hardy Bane. No one cared who I was before I put on the mask. Tell me about Bane. Why does he wear a mask? Also, that felt like such a bizarre sequence of dialogue for the entire section. Pull the mask off when you die. It would be extremely painful. You're a big guy. For you. Since humans get Mars every nook and cranny in Casper. I think it's time we divide our forces. Brave, go on and give chase. I'll track your movements from here and guide you through the complex. We'll stay in contact via Link Pro. Be careful, alright? I'll probably dodge that. How did I dodge? Alright, let's go. The white mage is trying too hard. Ah, there she is. I trust you recognize our old friend Maggie, was it? They must have shipped her from the century. Considering all she's been through, it's a wonder she's still operational. Tough old girl. Now that you're suitably armed, you can blast open the bulkhead. The external walkway will take you though. Follow it till you come upon a way down to the lower level. Oh no, what is he doing? Is he just running on foot? What a mad lad. Oh, they're gonna clear the way for us, so nothing to worry about. Bulk is composed of a special element. Extremely tough. Ordinary fire won't leave a mark, I'm afraid. I need to divert all power to the magic that can, as I did so memorably once before. As you may recall, the armor's cores like to expire from the strain, but there's no help for it if you want to press on. Now listen. When I press the control, engage auxiliary, then fire away. Don't mind the warning lights. Natural of this. Alright, the way's clear. It's just you and your own 2 feet now, so be careful. Let's go, Nero! You have been leaving a fine mess in your wake. Someone there. Garland, old friend. How it warms our heart to hear your voice again after all these years. Nero, is that you? You sound well. It would seem this savage land agrees with you. Highest ranking tribunus of the 14th. Was you all this time? Yeah, 2.0 dialogue was a little cheesy. Granted, they didn't have that much of a budget at the time, I suppose. Don't play the fool with me. Yeah, that is way too much text. So we've crossed the 6-hour mark for stream. Quite 15 minutes ago, actually. Cheers. Evens merely by dint of their actions. Instead of cursing for a traitor, people actually came to think of more fondly. Tuesday, you're still a young prodigy on Magitech. I, meanwhile, have been made to feel second rate. I continue to serve our nation faithfully. Wherever I fail to excel, why, it's only to be expected. Yet when I exceed all reasonable expectations, people proclaim that I walk in the footsteps of great Sid and bloody Garland. You know, I don't know what to say. And that's not wit, my chief. Existence has rendered mine worthless. Lord Van Bilzar saw fit to offer you a place at his side. In spite of your betrayal, he extended any such offer to me, a man who has remained loyal to me all these years? I know, he did not. Long have I endured this injustice, but no more. Lord Van Bilzar is in the midst of activating the fully powered ultimate weapon. It is my magnum opus, creation that would win me the recognition I am due. I will not let anyone interfere. Then he just smashes his radar communicator thing. Ever since I set foot in this benighted land, I've watched every move you have made, every step you have taken. You have felt icons, a feat made possible by the echo, a peculiar power which shields you from their corrupting influence. It is of little wonder why my lord has taken an interest in you. As have I, truth be told, is my desire to harness your power for use in the ultimate weapon. Bonk. Should I succeed, Lord Van Belsa will surely take notice. Besides this, Garn's achievements will be as child's play. Come, adventurer, and yield to me secrets of your power. Use vanishing trick.
Control panel. It'll be somewhere nearby. Take the lid down, and you should find yourself in the chamber of the Ultima Weapon. Keep your eyes peeled. Gaius could be waiting for you down there. Oh, and don't even think about dying. You're too bloody useful. The interference is getting worse. I don't think the connection will last much.
Crispy.
Tell me, for whom do you fight?
I think good.
Do you believe in Eorzea?
Eorzea's root is forged of falsehoods. Its states are built on deceit, and its faith is an instrument of deception. It's not but a cobweb of lies. To believe in the Eorzea is to believe in nothing. Tribes often send gods to fight instead, though your comrades are rarely respond in kind. Which is strange, is it not?
Are there 12
otherwise engaged? Was given to understand they were your protectors. You truly believe in your guardians. Why do you not repeat the trick the servants so well they can't know, and call them down? They will answer, so long as you edge them with crystals and gorge them on ether. Your gods are no different from those beasts, icons, everyone, except this. You will see how Rose's faith is bleeding the land dry. Nor is this unknown to your masters, which prompts the question, why do they cling to these false deities? What drives even men of learning, even the great Louis Soir, to grovel at their feet? Oh my god.
The answer? Your masters lack the strength to do otherwise. For the world of man to mean anything, man must own the world.
And this is to go even further beyond.
To raise himself through conflict, to grow rich through conquest. And when the dust of battle settles, it is ever the strong who dictate the fate of the weak.
Så har vi på Super Saiyan.
Knowing this, but a single path is open to the infinite ruler, that of false worship, a path which leads to innovation and death. Only a man of power can rightly steer the course of civilization. And in this land of creeping mendacity, that one truth will prove its salvation. Come, champion of the Eorzea, face me. Your defeat shall serve as proof of my readiness to rule. It is only right that I should take your realm, for none among you has the power to stop me. Your strength is most impressive. Such power befits a ruler. Yet, you lack the resolve to put it to proper use. A waste.
which you will not.
Get in the robot, Shinji.
Bear witness to the true power of the Ultima
Ultima weapon.
The Ultima weapon is all-powerful. Why does my enemy still stand? Can his strength truly be so great?
It is the blessing
Signal
of light
light
that
confounds you.
La Habrea.
Your foe acts under the protection of the crystal he bears.
So, this is what empowers him.
Beyond mortal limits.
I'm not sure how he does it, but I really like
If you are to prevail, the hammer of darkness must needs be brought to bear
how
upon the
La
shield
Habrea's
of
voice
light.
actor delivered lines. Really does give him a very
For the Ultima weapon is host to a power of which you are as yet ignorant.
very otherworldly voice.
Speak plainly, Ascian.
The heart of Sapik. It is the weapon's core, An enigma whose surface even the vaunted scholars of ancient Alec failed to scratch. The magic within has lain dormant for eons.
Of what magic do you speak?
A spell without parallel.
Parallel. Ultima.
I sought the life force of the primals for no other reason but to quicken the core. For the true power of the Ultima weapon lies within its now beating heart.
La Habrea, what have you done?
No more than was necessary for my god to be reborn.
Damn you, Asien.
The hour is at hand. Behold but a sliver of my god's power.
From the deepest pits of the seven heavens, to the very pinnacle of the heavens, the world shall tremble. Unleash Ultima.
Cheesy as it is, that was pretty cool. Say it, say the line.
Such devastation! This was not my intention.
Oh, Hydaelyn. It seems the task of keeping your champion alive has exhausted what strength you had left. Van Belsar, your enemy's shield is broken. The rest I leave to you.
We will speak later, Asien. But first, I must deal with you. The question of who is mightier remains. Come, adventurer. Let us find the answer together.
Honestly, I could probably just stand there and eat the bits, and they're gonna do much damage to me.
Heed me. The subjects of a weak ruler must needs look to a higher power for providence, and their dependence comes at a cost to the realm. The misguided elevate the frail, and the frail lead the people astray. Unless a man of power wrests control, the cycle will never be broken. You of all people must see the truth in this. You who have the strength to rule.
Pathetic. You boasted of unrivaled power. You were entrusted with the ultimate weapon. The ultimate magic. And still, you failed. So much for the glory of man. The growing imbalance afflicting the planet must be redressed. If it is permitted to worsen, the very laws of existence, both etheric and physical, will be warped beyond all recognition. Know you the root of this corruption? Hydaelyn. Like a parasite, she must be burned out if the planet is to recover. And naught but the return of the one true god will ensure her complete excision. Yet, to pave the way for the Master's return, a chaotic confluence of untold proportions must needs be brought about. And that will necessitate the presence of the primals. Needless to say, both you and your scion accomplices cannot be suffered to interfere in this endeavor. You will not leave this place alive. It is past time your flame was extinguished, bringer of light.
Alright, cool. Easy does it. Right, check my messages. Understand the mulberries are for the silkworms. Grown stones throw away from the Satrap's residence. Gives it the quintessential Wagnerian flair, don't you think? From here we're supposed to follow the path left, and past the mulberries. The word huge apparently means bind in the local tongue. This district is so named because it connects all the other connects all others in the city. If we manage to come this far, we shouldn't have trouble finding the High Crucible. Or so I was told. Where the streets turn, enter the door straight ahead, and then descend the steps. I thought the Crystarium was confusing, but it doesn't compare to Radzahan. The architecture and decorations make it even harder to get your bearings. Anyway, let's see where this door takes us. Phew, seems we're on the right track. And here's the Everett Plaza, so far so good. And there isn't much further to go. From here we just need to cross to the other side of the hall and pass through the larger of two doorways. My crucible lies beyond. I suspect the others have already collected the warding skills. Come, let us join them. Oh, let's see what I got. Collectible appraiser. Script exchange. Splendor's vendor. Oh, none of you are useful. Let's see what's in the shop. Oh, got lots of potions here. $65, I think. Oh, $75. of this land have been wholly arrested. In turmoil do many others languish still. Our work is far from finished. You took your time. Got turned around, I take it. Wow, this place is colorful. What an immense laboratory. How many such places were enlisted to help forge the warning scales, I wonder. Excellent. You're in time to hear the latest good news. The students have previously turned to Roulettes alchemists for help with the analysis of various artifacts. That is how I became acquainted with Nidana. I'm glad we could rescue her, and pray she makes a full recovery. I'm quite well now, I assure you. As they say, the stronger the taste and the stranger the color, the more effective the remedy. With my body trying to replenish the ether aspect, however, I'm feeling rather famished. I think a sampling of the local delicacies is in order. Hamza cuisine would be a good place to start, perhaps. As I heard it, after you defeated Nidhogg, the scales found their way into the hands of the firmament artisans. Steeped in power as they are, it's no surprise that they were coveted. Still, it is a strange legacy for a vengeful worm. We're lost, of course, but at least we found the place.
These are the talismans we were promised.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for. Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations. Of course, we would need to consult with various alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated.
I hope there was a moment of awkward silence, uncomfortable silence before she says, "It's just a joke."
To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
Please, I must speak with you.
Nidana, you're awake.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption. It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently.
Hey, Bolthammer. Thanks for hydrate, PD.
Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
I And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Thavnair from an awful fate.
How's the day been?
Yet who hath truly saved whom?
Did your camera stop working? No, I did not actually. I just hadn't turned on my camera at all to begin with.
Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
The talisman? Is this true?
Why am I? I'm doing alright. Very tired. I've already been streaming for nearly 7 hours now. I do have quite a bit of work to catch up on tomorrow. What about you?
Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
Indeed. Probably might end stream after the end of this quest here.
Look at that! Its color is completely changed.
What do you have there? How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
Yeah, it's good to hear.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory.
So, ether.
Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
Foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities.
I'm gonna make something. Next picture to your book. Oh, this sounds exciting. What picture is that gonna be? Bagvar handshake. Ah. Yeah, some trained in CQB would call that the handshake etiquette.
That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
You see, she saw Hobbit's unexpected journey when the first two dwarves arrive, Dolin and Balin. Yeah, I did watch the movie.
Nonsense, you have nothing to be sorry for.
Right.
Your insight is much appreciated.
Shall we depart for Sharlayan then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the Annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
And that is the 7-hour mark. A hit button. Oh yeah, dwarves are very hardy people. Something like that is sensibly possible for a casual greeting. More fragile races would see that as foolish to do, simply because they cannot take that kind of punishment. The last thing I remember before being absorbed into the tower was you rushing towards me. I can only imagine the hardships you and yours must have had to overcome to rescue us. No amount of words will suffice to express my gratitude. I hope the flower's radiant glow says everything I cannot. Yeah, I can definitely hear Gimli's laugh. Right, Corral is right there. It's good to be back, and with the fruit of our labors safely in storage. For now, we have but to wait for the others to return from their respective meetings with the Alliance leaders. As Fankert suggested, we should get some rest in the meantime. And rest I shall. Welcome back, Sylvaen. Corral has appraised me of your recent accomplishments. What an amazing feat to eliminate a tower and pave the way to deal with the rest. While it isn't much, I've changed your sheets and plumped up your pillow. After all, it's nothing like collapsing in a nice clean bed after completing a major milestone. Be it penning a thesis or defeating deiform entities. Kingsglaive? Indeed. So would you like to take a look at your new and improved lodgings now? Indeed, Kingsglaive. Royal Guard of the King of Insomnia.
Take heart and protect them well.
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you? We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
Oh, by all means. Please help yourselves into the room. Oh, Noble Elf is always royal guard to the High family. Oh, look at that, Gratia finally got his burger. And Alize doesn't eat pickles.
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well. But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Charlian cuisine is not to his liking.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
What? To perfect his brooding stare?
Yes.
Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Charlian feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Cryle, I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
Heidelin instructed you to carry that flower, yes?
Yeah.
'Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radzat Han?
Can't hold his liquor.
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt, the relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed, and in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Telophoroi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won, perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day. Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes. Well, after a fashion. They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Oh!
Oh, Graha. Are we pushing on until dawn?
I'm not that ambitious. But 'tis pleasant to idle away the hours every once in a while.
Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that. I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news. Our tower in Thavnir has been toppled. And I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon ether. If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes... questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
No. All else is... equal. Equally tedious. Equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke. But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame. I basked in the afterglow until the void yawned once more, and then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before. Burn.
Burn. Let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed. All the faces incomplete. The setting too was unknown to me. So I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
Well, that was quite something. Alright then. If you didn't mind us barging to your room for our late night feast, for what it's worth, it did do me a world of good to put our troubles to one side, if only for a moment. It's snowing outside. I'll be. It is. Right then, well, suppose I shall call it a night here. It's been a very long day of streaming. I appreciate it for all of you who've stuck around. Alright then. Once again, my name is Sylvaen Demonbane, and I hope to see you again next time. Goodbye.